All right, folks. I had to reboot. My Facebook Live was not working. I don't know why, what happened there. But we do have what looks like a tornado. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service is paying attention or not. This has been rotating firmly, strongly, obviously, for more than a few minutes. If I put this in motion, Matthew, they are missing this. Look at this tornado. I got kicked off of Facebook Live. I've been broadcasting on YouTube for an hour. But I didn't realize that I wasn't on Facebook. So I just rebooted. So welcome everybody. This storm is producing what looks like a tornado in the Millersville, Crownsville area along 97, Tall Timbers area, 178, Harold Harbor. It's been rotating since South Odenton, so hopefully it's not causing damage. But this is a serious thunderstorm. It needs to have a tornado warning on it. That's the most obvious one I've seen yet this year. If that's not an obvious tornado, to the National Weather Service. You can see the bright reds, green. It is. And that structure has been, it's the proper structure on a supercell thunderstorm, but it must have kicked me back out. I didn't get any notifications. But this is definitely rotating. Let me put it back in motion. Right there it's starting. Right there it's got a good couplet. And it keeps still. I haven't been able to find anything on the cameras, but not a lot of the cameras on 97 work. So Route 50 is a little too far away, but we might be able to see it now. Let's go to Route 50. Go to Maryland Traffic Cams, click camera by route, and then you can select which route you want. We're going to do Route 50 from DC to 97, DC line to I-97. This is moving out towards the bay now, and we are probably closest to 97. Can't really see anything there either. Rutland Road, 424. Oh, there it is. Look at that. That's Route 50 at 424, exit 16. Looking east, we're looking right here. Route 50 and 424 should be where? Right down here. So we're right in here, and we're looking this direction. And that's what we're seeing on the camera. So we're looking right at it, the base of it. It's very slow moving. Excuse me. Still a 70-mile-an-hour ping pong ball size hail tornado possible now. So this is actually, this is closer to Crownsville. Well, it's on the other side of Route 50, Alice. Haley, if you're down there in it, you should be taking shelter. This thing is moving towards Route 2 now, just south of Severna Park. It's in between Annapolis and Severna Park. There's already reports of 1-inch hail coming in Severna Park on amateur radio, so it's about to move out over Cape St. Clair, west Magathie Manor, Tanglewood, Arnold, all the way back up in there on Route 50 and Route 2 to the Magathie River. So it's still rotating, but not as bad as it was. But this has still got very strong winds on the south end of it. It still has, I think we have 60 mile an hour recorded. I caught a 60, 65 gust. It's not as bad now on the radar, but it's also further away from the radar, so at ground level it could be a lot worse. This is moving towards Kent Island, northern Kent Island, and the Chester River. It's south of Cecil County, so you're good there for now. It's definitely broadening out, but it's also getting farther away from the radar, so we're out by the end of the range for velocity radar also, so keep that in the mind. As the further away you get from the radar, the harder it is to see at ground level, because the higher the radar sees, the further away you get. So we're getting out to the edge of that range for this radar. We're talking 55 miles already. So it's unfortunate, but the way our radar is set up, Dover, you may have a better view, but it's just far out there no matter what you do. And BWI is not working properly, but you can see it obvious. It is definitely weakening, but from Odenton to about Crownsville, Tall Timbers, Millersville, it was definitely cranking right here and over. So you also, when you're trying to see if it's really a tornado or something weird going on, you want to change your radars and look at it from different angles as much as possible. I wish the BWI radar was working properly, but their velocity is not feeding us. Oh, now it's working. Perfect. So now we can take a really close look at it. This wasn't loading before. So now, South Odenton. I'm still not sure if this is accurate. Might be too close to the radar. Let's change the tilt. Tilt it up a little. Might give us a better view, since we're so close. Yeah, their radar is not working correct. Well, it's not feeding us data correctly. I'm sure it's working fine for them. Yeah, this is going to go on all night again. Sorry, Alice, but it's going to be another long night into the evening. So we're getting bad data from BWI. Intermittent. And a tornado and high winds, that's not something that you can see normally on the basic reflectivity radar that everybody gets. But although it's not, it's right on the hole between Dover and Sterling, but it does have a notch on the bottom there, like it's attached to rotation. And I've changed my coloring, my color scale, or color palette I should call it, on my basic radar so I can kind of see better. It becomes more obvious. It doesn't go as high up the scale. It's finer at the lower scales where we get tornadoes at. It becomes more pronounced, but it just flattens out once you get up over 100 mile an hour. It turns to green. But it does help me see what's going on a lot better here. So it's fading out now. The tornado risk is kind of gone for the moment. It'll probably flare back up in a minute, as they tend to cycle up and down. And when this gets over the bay, more than likely it will form another. I'm getting ready to move these cameras over to Route 50 on the Bay Bridge, where we should get a good picture. We can be high up on the bridge, looking westbound from the gantries, and you get a lot of a better view. That's westbound looking back at Annapolis. That's not working.
If you have any information about the whereabouts of these individuals,
that one's not working. Oh no, that's bad.
The anonymous tip hotline
working.
displayed on your screen.
That's one of the new ones. It takes a minute to load. That's looking eastbound though. That's a really high quality camera. They just installed this one, replaced the old one. Yep. So if you go to Maryland traffic and choose the route instead of the other method, you're going to go up to the top here, hit cameras by route, and then you can pull this down right here, and it'll give you choices of all the routes in Maryland. Then it brings up the tables for all the cameras along that route. So you want Route 50 between 97 and Ocean City. Tomorrow is probably going to be a little different, and we're probably going to be in stronger or more widespread, at least, storms tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a rough day. Today it's just this one storm so far. It was rotating, now it's not. It's trying to get going again. Very dark there, westbound, looking back at Annapolis. Can't see a whole lot though. It's just pretty much rain, heavy rain. That's eastbound. That's westbound. So that's the best shot we've got so far. They've got traffic both ways already today. Ooh, I hate when that happens. So this is just going to be all heavy rain wrapped more than anything, and that's basically what's happening with this storm cell. It might flare back up. It looks like it's going to miss the northern end of Kent Island, and it's going to come in there over, what is that, Chester River by Rock Hall, Eastern Neck they call it, south of Rock Hall, and the entrance to Chester River, north of Queenstown. So this will end up it's moving very slow at like 20-25 miles an hour, but it will get over here to Centerville. But it's taking its time. We've shortened up the thunderstorm warning. This damage threat considerable, 70 mile per hour winds possible, ping pong sized hail, and tornado possible at the top of this. See that up there? Flashing. Moving east at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, right. The cars on the bridge are moving about 30 miles an hour. But it's got broad, weak rotation now. But as you can see here, for a moment there, it was definitely spinning up between Odenton and Millersville, Severna Park area. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a break real quick. The hail's like barely there. These storms are kind of capped. They get pretty tall, but they're kind of running out of room at the top to keep growing. So what's happening is they'll puff up, they'll hit that upper cap limit, and then they'll collapse back down on themselves, rain themselves out, microburst out, spin up a quick tornado. And when that happens, and you can see it here, this is the echo tops. This colorizes the big mushroom clouds. So as you see it move, it puffs up and gets pink, and then it disappears. It gets pink again, and then disappears. And that's because it's capped out at a certain height, which looks to be pretty high enough for severe weather, but it's getting to about 55 to 57,000 feet, and then it's running into that upper cap limit. That's basically like running into a brick wall, and then bang, it collapses on itself. So what you're seeing is these colors change, which I need to slow down the rotation. Animation is like way too fast. So we're looking from the top down at the storms. The closer that, the higher that head of that storm gets, the brighter color it becomes. So it's puffing up there, hitting 55, 60,000. Right here it's only about 45,000. And then it does it again, puffs up right over Odenton Laurel. And when it puffs up, it's kind of sucking that air up inside. And then as it collapses, it blows that air back out in the rain. Dublin area is fine. There's no storms up in Harper County right now. This storm is pushing rain in that direction, but it's not severe. This is the only severe thunderstorm in the area at the moment, and this is by Kent Island and Annapolis. So that's what you're seeing here, is the storm growing, and the mushroom cloud getting higher and higher, and then turning pink, and then it hits that top ceiling and collapses back down, dumps all the hail and the rain out, and it can cause a microburst wind as it displaces the air, and then it starts growing back again and puffs back up, turns bright pink again as it gets to the ceiling, bumps the ceiling, collapses back down. So we're in that cycling motion is what's going to happen all day, and we'll get these puffs of wind. This happens over Severna Park a lot. This happened a couple times last year. So here we go. It puffs up here, and then it puffs up over here, and now it's going to try to rebuild again. So there it's maxed out, and then it collapses, and it has no pink shadow at all. Now it's starting to regrow one as it gets over Odenton. Now it's maxed out where that core is, and then the tornado would be just south of that hail core. It's always south and west of the hail core because it's dragging behind. And then it's puffed up real good there, growing, and then it collapses. So we're in the middle of that cycle where it's collapsed down and it's dumping out the heavy rain. And that's what we're seeing on the bridge right now. But there's no wind with it hardly at all. It's only generating these high winds as it's puffing down after it collapses. And that's that motion I was talking about earlier where, and you guys didn't hear it because you weren't with us, Facebook was not with us, but I was describing how a microburst or a downburst works out of these storms. And basically when that storm collapses down on itself, it's dumping out all of the rain and hail at once. And just like when you take a bucket of water and dump it as hard as you can onto dry ground, it will cause a wind. That water will displace the air, and you'll get those big dust clouds and puffs of, dry grass or whatever blown out of the way as that water slaps the ground. The same thing happens in a thunderstorm on a much grander, slower scale. And that's what a microburst is. It's just dumping out its contents and displacing air, and that air rushes out of the way. So you have to see it on slow motion or time lapse to really be able to tell what's happening, which I am running time lapse today. Hopefully it comes out. The last couple have not. So that's what we're seeing here. They're slow moving. It first started over by Germantown. The storm relative velocity takes into account the forward speed of the storm. You can really see that. So pretty wicked on the bridge right now, but it's just heavy rain, hard to see. And we're looking westbound, so we're in the middle of the bridge and looking back at Annapolis. Let's change the camera view. So there's the brand new camera, and that's a good shot. You can see how hard it's raining there. You can barely see the next gantry.
Review of the administration's actions since its return to office in January 2025, it is clear that there are strong indications of corruption.
Kind of letting up already there on the camera.
The removal of oversight mechanisms, the weakening of ethics standards, the exploitation of government resources for personal.
Let's get a shot from the front. So that's at the Narrows. It's just rain. There's hardly any wind at all. And this may not have put down a tornado or anything like that, but it did dump pretty big hail in Odenton. Quarter-size hail on Odenton, right where that storm was. And then it had another one reported here, Severna Park, on amateur radio. So there's a line right where the hail core passed, and that rotation was just south of it. So right now it's just a thunderstorm. It's not rotating anymore. Luckily, it did spin up for a minute, something weak, but it doesn't look like it made it to the ground unless I'm not hearing. Let me make sure my scanner app is working properly. The humidity is really climbing. You can really feel the heat changing.
And you ain't ready in the world of condiments. A sinister plot is unfolding. Catch up. Guess that sweet trendy red menace has launched a full-scale genocide against mustard, claiming every hot dog and burger in its path. This isn't just a culinary dispute, folks. It's an all-out war for dominance in the condiment kingdom. Reports are flooding in that pickle relish.
Okay, you're switching into frontline fire with 41.
With hot dogs to combat the ketchup menace, relish and dogs are joining forces to restore balance and prevent ketchup's reign of terror. Experts are baffled. The stakes have never been higher. And just when you think things couldn't get crazier,
Intersection of Melon and Shopping King. Copy, System 220.
Something.
Block 3220. Engine 311 and Medic 33 respond. The Foundation's Medical Adult Daycare. 1025 West Nursery Road, Suite 112. Between Helen Avenue and Hammond's Ferry Road North. Injured from a fall, Health Group 1 rep.
Listening to Anne Arundel County Fire Department scanner for damage reports, but I'm not hearing anything yet. If anybody here has received anything on social media in the Odenton area.
1025 West Nursery Road, Medical 41.
Responding in 7311.
Ops 5. We're gonna stop right here. This is where the black car is. Those are the notes. It may be just to the right over there.
Started from $3,000. It only takes
one. Oh my God. Good. We're on the air. Turning block out for the rest of the Okay, just give me a second. I'll end the engine on the assignment. Let me just check your location. Stand by. The road's flooded, so traffic's going to one lane to try and get around.
So flash flooding is happening. We should probably have a flash flooding warning in Anne Arundel County. 5 tornadoes on the ground at once right now in Illinois and Indiana. I thought it would get crazy out there. Look at all these reports.
Elmo comes, leaves us with one chilling message. Look at your pasta.
Welcome back to Interdimensional Radio News, where reality bends and absurdity reigns. I'm your host. I have no name. Bringing you the latest from the Elmo-verse. Hold on to your spaghetti because things are about to shimmer.
Where?
Chaos agent agent and time-traveling renegade Elmo Combs has uncovered an
Marlon 2,
interdimensional
Medic 18, are you okay on the note? Call.
It makes flat Earth theories look quaint, but first, let's address the elephant.
Wow.
It's a giant inflatable llama in the room. Elmo's recent
So this is what I'm showing you now is out in Indiana and Illinois. The storm chasers are chasing these tornadoes.
3 engine 181 respond with Medic 18. 634 Bracy Drive, crossing of Gunmill Lane. Assault, Tulsa 1 Rock.
Business as usual down there in Anne Arundel County.
Squad 33, Squad 1. Once we get the U-turn, we'll go up. Just take a look at blocking position behind us. We'll see what we got.
Ew. Look at that sky out there. And look at that.
Engine 171 cap.
Crazy looking clouds out there in Illinois and Indiana. Check back on our area.
Local box 1806, engine 171, proceed cold, 7846 Chevrolet Lane, between Kempton Road and Terry Drive. Lift assist, Tulsa 1 Rock.
So I'm not hearing any damage reports. It's business as usual from the Anne Arundel County area where that rotation went through. Yeah, it's a lot easier to see on YouTube. It's easier to use the chat and it's easier to arrange it how you like it sideways. With Facebook you can't turn it sideways. It makes it too small.
Stand by. Hang on, Tyler, 26.
So absolutely go on to YouTube. Just type in the name Mid-Atlantic Severe Weather Alert in the search. And the same thing, you click the logo with the red ring and it'll bring you right back into it through the YouTube app.
Number 7, Carroll Road. Crossing of River Road and Oak Road. Investigate a transformer, Tulsa 1 Bravo.
So, transformer on fire or transformer popped in River Road area.
2711 and 3504 Rustic College. Had a 1-story type 2 commercial. Had a report of a possible lightning strike. I have no others. With a return to power.
Lightning strike report. Couldn't find anything. Let's take a look at the cameras on the eastern shore and see if we can see how this looks coming across. 50 and 301 split. Bone dry. Kent Narrows Bridge. Starting to see it come in.
Still trying to get an ETA. You still need them out there, correct?
And you can see that humidity like streaming up off of the water. If you're close to the water's edge, you'll probably see clouds of steam, but these are moving very slow, so it's going to take a while to move. As you can see, the severe thunderstorm warning for Centerville is another 45 minutes long, and that's just 30 miles an hour, which really it's not going that fast. More like 20. But even at 30 miles an hour, I can give you an estimate.
Operation 5, the EMS 1, 2 go available. Rush 27 go available.
So you're looking at 20 minutes just to get to Centerville from the edge of the Chester River and the bay. Yeah, I'm sure that that was definitely a tornado there that the NWS was sleeping on. Bridgetown, Ingleside. Justin Burke concentrates more on the social media aspect of it. I concentrate more on getting the information to people. So I think that's more important than putting up videos of it. that can be done later in the evening.
Go down just past Parkway to the U. We're westbound just prior to Parkway.
Nothing going on back in Hampstead.
Correct.
Just a small set of storms coming through as they form. This is what I was talking about in my post. They just fire up out of nowhere, just like this one. So it's more towards the Manchester end. Here's Hampstead down here, Manchester up here. This is more towards the Mannheim area, heading towards like Black Rock, Lineborough, and the Maryland PA border. But it's just a small cell. It's not doing much right now. Most of these storms are slow moving, 25, 30 miles an hour.
Local box 722 engine 73 proceed cold. The Mid-Atlantic Community Church, 2485 Davidsonville Road.
Let me take a look on there.
Gerstanthal Road. Investigate a possible electrical hazard. Over 2 routes.
See if anything's posted to my page.
Engine 1 at 1 page.
Yep, somebody on my page, Piney Orchard, saw a tornado.
On location at 10311.
Trees down everywhere, apparently. 10 minutes ago by Kelly Martin. So
24 engine 351 medic 39 EMS 36 response Forest Drive at Spa Road. Motor vehicle collision Tucker Bravo.
they're not getting damage reports.
Medic 35, the fire alarm will handle. 35 box. Place the medic 39.
That's not Baltimore County, is it? No. Odenton is definitely in Anne Arundel County.
39, you're available. 35 has the
But regardless, my point here is to get live information out as fast as possible about what's happening. They can handle the social media aspect of it. I'm more worried about people. Come on now.
Down for you. It all leads back to beats. A way that gets even crazier. A bizarre conspiracy unfolds. Linking Hidden Valley Ranch, blue light clock radios, 9-volt batteries, and Doritos dust to a far-reaching operation. We're talking about Little League Baseball, underground hemp farms, and the mysterious frogman. A rogue hemp farmer going toe-to-toe with
10 Chapel Lake Drive, unit 407. Crossing for Brandonville and Main Chapel. Investigating alarm, possible lightning strike, Tucker 2 Charlie. The operation is on 2 Charlie.
Fire alarm. Please send APD to Herbert M. Max Drive intersection. There's a lot of standing water and car driving through.
A lot of flooding. So, flash flood warning should be up for this area, but it's not. Here is where the tornado passed, South Odenton, Piney Orchard area. Right there. Four Seasons Estates, the Courts of Four Seasons, Odenton Park. Right there. And then it moved at 218. It was at south of Arundel Acres and 175 west of Route 3. And we can zoom right in on these areas. So Chapel Gate, Orchard Point at Piney Orchard, Mistwood, that's where this went through. Wall Chapel Road. Basically, Piney Orchard Park to the courts at Piney Orchard, riding Maple Ridge, south of Arundel Middle School and High School, Dairy Farm Road, Strawberry Lake West, or Strawberry Lake Way, I should say. It's basically where the circulation passed through. So if you hear a damage report, let me know. Now the storm has weakened and broadened out, but it's over the bay and it's trying to tighten back up. You can see it's got a hail core on it now that's trying to rotate. If we turn this to hydrometer classification, big hail core just north of the bridge and north of Stevensville on the water, moving towards Rock Hall, Centerville, but it's very slow. It seems to have slowed down a little bit, honestly, and it's broadened out. Losing my voice again, sorry. But you can see it on the camera here. This is from Kent Narrows looking back at it, and I'll make this larger. So that's it in the distance there. Pretty wicked looking storm. Off to the right of the bridge from this angle. Let's go back up on the bridge and take a look. Nice low hanging wall cloud, shelf cloud and we're starting to get thunder up here in Havre de Grace, Harford County. But this is trying to tighten back up and it might be making a water spout over the water currently. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Oops. So that's up under the bridge. They may have stopped traffic on the bridge. If not, people are just afraid to go up on there because look what's going on. Gantry 31. This is westbound looking at the worst part of the storm right there. You can see very low hanging clouds moving very slowly, rotating some in a broad area north of the bridge. Everybody is stopped completely. It's only 3 o'clock, so normally the traffic's not this bad. Let's go up on the bridge further and take a look. Might be able to see something from the backside. I think they have traffic stopped. Look at that. Not a single car moving. I know. I spoke too soon. So traffic is moving, but man, those clouds are low. We've got a very low hanging thunderstorm that has produced probably a small tornado. Sounds like people have witnessed it in the Odenton area. It's now moving across the bay. Storms are forming up in Harford, Baltimore County, in the northern end, along this line as it expands. And then there are small popcorn cells popping up all over the place to the west, out into the mountains, behind these storms that'll keep moving towards us. But this cell is definitely blowing up. I wanted to show you the satellite feed on the Windy app real quick before I go scanning for more. So this is the last 6 hours satellite loop. Watch this storm blow up. Here it comes. Kaboom. Just instant growth, instant spreading out in all directions. And a lot of lightning. So pretty heavy. And I have a feeling that these storms are going to do this around this time of day. It's magic hour, 3 to 4 o'clock. Yeah, this storm is just north of Kent Island, the worst part of this storm. It's rotating, dumping hail, and it's probably got a water spout going if you could see it. It's probably rain wrapped, but this has been sitting here for a few minutes. More than a few minutes. It's been sitting still. See how it slowed down and now it's falling apart. It was moving at a good pace, and then the other storm collided with it from the south. And now it's just kind of parked, not really moving. Now it may be trying to transfer its rotation too. So remember what I said earlier, that these storms are sucking up all the hot, humid air, and they hit the ceiling, the maximum height they can grow, bump that ceiling, start falling back down and dump hail and get microbursts going, and then they'll rebuild. And we have been in this rebuilding cycle for a while now. A lot of fire alarms going off in Anne Arundel County, where the storm tracked. Apparently on other weather platforms like Justin Burke, they saw a video.
Division 23, are you remaining and is the power out?
Yes, the power is out at this time. We will not be remaining. The pole is not on fire.
So the power's out.
If you could, with the report of a possible lightning strike, go ahead and set up. Let me get eyes on the roof. I've gained access to the attic, but it's just a very small portion of it. It's not the whole attic. Okay, I'm not sure if we're set up, and you want us to join you on the inside. Check to see if there's alternate access.
It looks like Facebook changed things around again.
Medic 3192, female. You have engine 321 with you. Patients now.
I'm not hearing a lot of damage reports, but there's a couple of neighborhoods where they've had some damage and some big hail.
Okay, towards the delta side.
Things kind of falling apart now. But it looks like a big wind gust coming up on the bridge. Right there.
Alright, attic ladder.
So 44, 45 maybe mile per hour wind gusts coming into the bridge.
The call for engine 321 is canceled. Engine 321 disregard the call.
Currently. And we're still getting microbursts out of this thing, but the rotation is falling apart. Wow, that's some bass. And this might be trying to transfer its rotation from over the bay in between Rock Hall and Cape St. Clair down over to here, but it looks more like it's just kind of falling apart, stalled out.
that's correct. So at this time, I've made access to all the remote and main panels. It's just showing an open circuit. So whatever we have going on up there apparently has shorted out that circuit particularly, and I cannot reset it down here.
Let's put this over here. Make that a little bigger.
Okay. They're reporting that the hall lights are out on the second.
We're going to change that.
Breaker is tripped.
That's enough of that scanner. That alarm was like a drill drilling into my head. Let's change this camera to a better view for Kent Island. So the whole thing is pretty much rain wrapped now anyway. No matter what it's doing, you're not going to be able to see it. It's kind of, ouch, it's kind of stalled out. But it's really, really heavy rain. So this is gantry S4 on the Anne Arundel side, looking east towards Kent Island before the bend. So we're kind of looking southeast, east. Then I've got this Windy app open. I'm going to change that as well. Back to cameras. So we can keep an eyeball on this system no matter what it's doing. I'll put this over here in this corner. Shrink that down a little bit. So Maryland traffic cameras takes you to Maryland's chart page, maryland.gov, C-H-A-R-T. Looks like this. Scroll down and you have a choice by region, and you can search, or you can do cameras by route if you know where you're at and where you're trying to see, which is a little faster. And then we want to go Route 50 from 97 to Ocean City, not Route 50 from DC to 97. That's a different stretch. And then we're going to get over to the Eastern Shore side. So we're looking at, this is the Narrows Bridge side. Not much going on there. So we got cameras facing each other from each side of the bridge now, looking at this storm. Here's backed up a little further at the 301 split on the bottom right corner. Looking west. Just some rain. It's barely even wet. So the storm is kind of falling apart. That's a good sign, but it really intensified there for a few minutes while it was over Odenton, Serena Park. And it sounds like they're still dealing with power outages and aftermath. Here's a good shot of the sky. West-northwest from 213, so we are where are we at? We're down here. Almost Centerville, where this camera is located. Right on the edge of the storm. So the camera is at 213 and 50, which is about right, what, here? Should be. Just inside the severe thunderstorm warning. Y Mills area. Yeah, right here. And we are looking west northwest in this direction. Well, I should say right here. So we're looking right into the storm. Doesn't look anywhere near as bad as it did earlier. And it's definitely lost its rotation and a lot of its oomph. It's got 40 to 50 mile an hour at the most gusts right now, but it did have some really strong microburst right here, and then the tornado itself was up around 60-70 miles an hour there for a minute as it crossed through Odenton. We could measure that speed. So 40, 50, 60, 60, 62, up in the sky 5,000-6,000 feet where the rotation was. So a low level EF0 type situation, it could be a little faster at the ground level, but I'm sure it was rocking and rolling there for you guys. That's why I wanted to let everybody know early that this was a possible tornado, and I did send out warnings on my Facebook Messenger. Apparently my WhatsApp account is not working correctly again. It's been nothing but trouble. I need to look into finding a better solution to sending out warnings to people that do not use Facebook. Let's turn this back to the regular radar, take a look around and see what else is going on. So this severe thunderstorm warning is just left over at this point. It's still strong, a lot of lightning, but they've reduced it down to 3/4 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, and no possible tornado at this point. It's a regular severe thunderstorm warning. It's absolutely not moving at 30 miles an hour, or it would have been past Centerville into Delaware by now. But that's fine. Let's switch it to Dover radar and take a better look at it. Add on 30 frames, and we can see its generation. And what's happening is they came out of the mountains, they flared up as they always do over 95, and then they start falling apart as they cross the bay. So this looks like it was caused by a collision of two different cells going the same direction, or the different directions at the same time. I mean, this storm is going like this to the north, and this storm was sweeping in this direction, and they collided right in this general area. You can see it extending over, and that's why we got that spin up, that tornado. Deal, Maryland, you've got some storms coming. You're down by Chesapeake Beach. Later on, this is probably going to explode as it gets further east. We do have a sea breeze going on. If you look closely, there's a whole bunch of wild looking dry line sea breezes happening here. See that structure right there? And then there's another one here. And it starts moving up, and it gets pushed away by the winds coming out of this storm. And when this is moving to the west and the storms are moving back towards the east at the same time, this can cause a tornado spin up usually in this general area. Doesn't look strong enough right now. More or less, this is what's helping kill these storms off over the eastern shore instead of flaring them up. So if we've got a little bit of an onshore flow coming off the cold ocean water, and that's helping stifle development on this side of the bay. Put the velocities on, you can tell a little better what's happening. You can see the sea breezes a little better on the reflectivity, even though there's nothing there to see. What happens is it's like a mirage mirror effect as the radar passes through the dry air, and that air changes density where the border is showing up. The dry line, there's no clouds there, but the air becomes suddenly more dense and it's thick compared to what it was traveling through. So it bounces some radar back and you get a pickup of a like cloud-like structure, even though it's not really there. It's not visible in the sky, but the radar sees that. Much more obvious on this radar. And that's a change in the density. The colder, more dense air coming in off of the ocean, sea breeze, gently moving in, and that's going to help choke these storms off for Delaware. And you can kind of see the effect the closer they get. Sometimes they can cause spin-ups on their own, and a storm will form when you get these interactions. You've got the sea breeze coming in like this, and then you've got this structure, and then the wind's coming in off of the bay. And when they collide in the center here, they can spin up a thunderstorm out of the blue, right over your head. But so far, looks like we're out of the danger. We've got bigger storms forming up in Baltimore County, Harford County, and then falling apart. Same things going on here. Big storms flared up as they came across the hottest part of the town, or the county, I mean. Really the region. You get colder air around the bay, but more humid, and then the mountains right here. They come down out of the mountains and they find all this hot, humid air and they flare up. And then they rain themselves out because they're capped. They can't really keep expanding forever. So that's why we get that action happening along the 95 corridor, I'm saying. So nothing severe besides this one single cell that was already warned and caused this mini tornado. But otherwise it's trying to let up back to a standard thunderstorm cell. It just temporarily flared. We'll put this back together over here. Waiting on some bad news phone call. And we're pretty much in the safe zone again for the moment. I'm watching the bottom of this storm in the southern Maryland region. Anytime you have these dragging squall line type setups here, which is what this turned into, and you've got these sweeping motions, thunderstorms can form like this. You need to watch the end of these for rotation. As they get stronger and thicker, they kind of drag like a wheel on the ground against the atmosphere, and it can cause rotation in these cells. So anywhere in that last bit along here can be formed up into a rotating supercell. So far, so good. Let's look at it from both angles. Always check your radar from different angles. It'll reveal more information. It looks like it's getting a little bit of a dry line gust front on that, which would be indicating weakness or weakening. So as that's forming, it thickens up and then it's gusting out. So that's a good sign. So Matthew, I don't know if you're still in here or not. Probably not. He bounces around the different pages. But it looks like I caught another one before anybody else did. They never did put a tornado warning on that. That's absolutely should have had a tornado warning on it. Look how obvious this is.
Secrets of employees and customers, multinational beat corporations, tech giants, and even the mighty federal Battlestar Galactica departments are scrambling like the chickens trying to patch the carnage and secure their systems. We are taking this bear threat very seriously and are working around the clock to mitigate any potential risks. Lord Cybersecurity Czar Elmo comes at a press conference amidst the smoking wreckage of their secure servers. We urge all organizations to fortify their defenses and stay vigilant. And for the love of that's holy, stock up on beats. The cryptic slogan, confess nothing, reject everything. Into the digital wilderness, wreaking havoc on nations and government strongholds.
Just right through here. Southern Odenton, right in these Piney Orchard area neighborhoods, and then it crossed at 32 and 97. Like I said, you never know. It can always be a spin up with any thunderstorm this time of year. Looks like it's picking up some pretty strong winds here on the western side of the bay now. It's starting to reorganize a little bit. And that's what I'm worried about, is running into that sea breeze effect I was telling you about. It's going to start strengthening and form another tornado. And it is. It's starting to get another rotation going. So we're back at it. Another possible tornado as it's coming into the Route 50 Graysonville to Y Mills area. Let's go to the Y Mills Tower. Well, you can't really see anything. They've got it tilted down now. It used to look up a lot more. This is trying to spin back up. Coming down hard. 3 to 150 split. You can barely see, it's raining so hard, but no wind. And it is incredibly hard at Bloomingdale Road at Route 50, looking west. So that is right here. The camera view on the bottom right where that tornado would be.
In the whirlpool of Staff Rider, 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 in the whirlpool of Staff Rider.
Just passing that area now. We go to the Y Mills Tower, and it's completely dry there at the moment, but it's coming in quickly. So this is looking north-northeast from Y Mills. If it's going to catch it, this will catch it in a few minutes. It's about to change drastically on this camera. I'll put the other camera back on the Bloomingdale road camera. Wow, it's cranking there. So we've got two cameras lined up here. Another tornado looking to form here on the eastern shore in the severe thunderstorm warning. Here's the rotation. Here's camera 1. Camera 2 is down here. Here's the Easton Tower cam. Very wicked looking skies. So let's make these bigger here. Man, that's really low. The Easton Tower cam. Look at that. We may have another tornado happening here. We've got low hanging cloud there, look. Right behind the M dot sign, where we need to see. So just that fast. Look at that blowing in. This is the Y Mills 404 and 50 tower. If that's not a tornado, I don't know what is. That's incredible. It's just fading right out. No, this is south of Hartford and Cecil. So we are at Kent Island. Just rain up there in Hartford and Cecil County. We are down here where the bridge, where the Bay Bridge crosses Kent Island into Eastern Shore, heading towards Hillsborough, heading towards the Route 50, 301, and the 213 connection. And these cameras have completely blanked out. Can't see anything. They extended the severe thunderstorm warning all the way out past Denton. And this thing is pretty wicked. You can just barely see cars. Look at that. just a minute ago, this was clear and sunny, not even 5 minutes ago. Let's look at the next one. That's crazy looking, frozen. So here it is at 50 and 331, but it's coming from behind, so we wouldn't see it. It's looking east, the wrong direction. Easton Tower has a pretty good view. We're looking northwest. Very, very dark clouds there in the distance. It's moving towards Ridgely and Denton, almost right in between them on the radar. It's kind of still spinning, but it's real broad now. So it's not really looking like a tornado as much now, at least. But heavy, heavy hail and heavy rain. And we've got some wind gusts in the 60, 65 mile an hour range. Down over the water where like Blair Woods, Prospect Bay, and the Y Island Natural Resource Area is, where the Y East River comes in. There's some 65 mile an hour gusts out there. So, still a dangerous storm. Very, very heavy rain. I didn't want to do that. It's already letting up at the Bloomingdale Roads area rate, which is right about here on the map. Let me pull that up. Trying to arrange these a little better so you can still see them.
Staff writer. Yeah, alright man, listen up, cause this is wild. Yeah, so there's this doctor's place, all shiny and bleach fresh, where dreams go to get cleaned or something. Yeah, and these dudes
Probably a better answer.
just pop out of nowhere and grab all these My Little Pony toys and some crazy digital game. Yeah, call themselves fart ninjas or something, and they're like, confess nothing.
So a lot of convection out in front of this.
Yeah, crazy, right? Yeah, they're messing with the digital whispers and secrets, making everyone lose their mind.
And there are some 55, 60, 65 mile per hour gusts on the south side of this, down below Y Mills, more towards Cordova, Mill Creek area, and down towards Lake Easton. But the Easton Tower cam is the one on the left at the bottom here. And it's got a good shot of it going by. It's almost passed out of view already. So again, it's cycling just like it did earlier, where it puffed up and then it lost its strength. And they puff up back and forth. Rearrange this stuff a little better. And I can use the radar at the same time. So, zooming back out, and the overall look in the area on the high-vis reflectivity. The storm is kind of still shrinking. Most of these storms are losing their strength as they get near the bay. This one had a lot of strength carrying with it. Cameras are frozen. Lightning might have struck that. So now we can see Y Mills again, the cars, where it's fuzzed out completely white. It was pretty incredible. Let's move this one down the road. There's looking up Route 50 west. You can see big black nasty clouds down the end of the road there. But at Easton Tower, it's already gone by out of view. This was black and scary a few minutes ago, and now it's gone. So we're getting close enough to Delaware where we can start pulling Delaware cams. Oh, did he? Alan? Yeah, I heard that he had some good video. Somebody caught it. He gets all the videos. He's got 3 times the followers I have. I'll take a look and see. I don't have time for that posting the videos. I'm not interested in that part of the social media. I'm more interested in protecting people and showing them what's happening live. But unfortunately that cost me attention, because people want to see what's happening. Oh yeah. Definitely a tiny little tornado in Odenton. Some trees ripped up. Ping pong ball size hail. But that's all I saw. So, typical Maryland weak tornado. And I did send a warning out about that on the Facebook broadcast channel for warnings that I have set up. So you got an early notice if you're part of that. But I'm having a very bad day, so I apologize. Oh, come on, Governor. Trap tower. Nothing. The Vienna tower does not work. Route 50 at 331. On the water there. Nothing really showing. Let's change the Delaware cams on this camera. Pretty windy down there on that camera where the bridge is. The trees are cranking. That's the Chop Tank River on Route 50. Large that for you. So we are getting close to what, Harrington. Most of Delaware cameras have the same problem where they point down at the ground, but there are a few that give a good view. And the interesting thing with the Delaware cameras is that they swivel by themselves. Seaford, Delaware is where I caught the tornado a couple weeks back. Here's a good view. And this is the one that swivels on its own every couple seconds. It'll give you a headache if you watch it too long. This is Route 13 at Route 20 in Delaware, in between Harrington and Seaford, Delaware. But it's closer to Seaford, North Seaford, so probably the best view we'll get from the Delaware cam until it gets over further, but it'll be right in the middle of it. So that camera is about Route 20. Down here by Seaford. So that camera is right here, Route 13 and 20, and their cameras cut out constantly. You got to keep reloading them. It's another problem. The Bridgeville camera looks down. That's a decent camera. 13 and 404 is a little closer, a little better view-wise. And this one swivels as well, so now we're up here, Bridgeville. Right in this area. So that's what we want, is the southern end of the storm is always the strongest. When the storm is moving from left to right, you want to keep an eye on that southern end. You can see this one on the velocity is putting out another rotation here. So this is probably hail induced. It might be a microburst, but it is rotating. It's a pretty good rotation there. Very broad, but very strong. Grab a screenshot and take a look. So we are in now Fox Meadows, Star, Ruthsburg area, 401 and Jumptown, Ridgely. Heading right towards Ridgely in the Plains, Oakland area. 67, 70, 71, 72 almost mile per hour winds around this rotation. So if you're in this area, take cover. This might be another tornado forming, as this is a rotation. Whenever you see a indentation like that, that indicates inflow. put it in motion, it becomes a little more obvious. So that's rotating. Again, this might be another small tornado. Let me send a warning out for this one, because that's very strong rotation. If you change its upper level too, if you change over to the Sterling radar and look at it, it's monstrous. Look at that. Absolutely a tornado. And that's a strong tornado. For our area, 60, 70 mile an hour. And that's a very obvious rotation. That's upper level because it's so far away. But let's draw it on there so you can tell what's happening here. You've got your rotation. Coming in like this, all over. Couplet is about right here. Moving in this direction. It's a big swirl. Slow moving. The storm is moving only about damage threat considerable, 70 plus mile an hour winds they're detecting, and absolutely moving into Delaware shortly. Delaware radar seeing a tighter couplet from a lot closer. Alright, let me send this warning out. Denton, take cover. North of Denton, Goldsboro, Greensboro, Henderson. Very strong rotation. And if you change it to standard relative velocity, it's even obvious now. It's moved south a little bit. Put that back in motion so you can see. Let's change that down to 14. So definitely another tornado moving right along 404 to the north side, Tuckahoe State Park, Jumptown, Ridgely, Greensboro, in this area. Moving east about 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. Very strong winds. $70. 72 miles an hour.
Staff writer. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because what we're about to delve into is truly off the charts. Authorities are currently in a frantic search for what's being described as a Diet Mountain Dew. But not just any Diet Mountain Dew. holes to make matters even more perplexing. This Diet Mountain Dew has been found entangled with clam chowder in droves. It's a combination that's straight out of a science fiction novel, leaving everyone scratching their heads. But the strangeness doesn't stop there. Reports suggest that this Diet Mountain Dew, with its inexplicable perforations, was seen amidst a chaotic scene involving none other than a chupacabra, a mythical creature that many thought was purely the stuff of legend. The fusion of a beverage, drones, and a chupacabra has authorities scrambling to piece together this baffling puzzle. And now, let's delve into a conspiracy theory that takes things to an entirely new level. Some suggest that the Diet Mountain Dew incident is actually a cover-up for the true reason behind the flat Earth theory. According to this theory,
Restart the camera there.
are behind the scenes, manipulating our
Let's get this second camera in the Delaware area because it's getting too far away from Route 50 to worry about.
and the fantastical events like the Diet Mountain Dew with holes and chupacabras are just distractions designed to keep us from uncovering this cosmic truth. It's a theory so wild it could be straight out of a science fiction novel. But it doesn't end there. There's another layer to this conspiracy involving Sasquatch dentists who practice
There we can see Harrington
the theory claims that these Sasquatch
on the right side of that camera, getting very dark, very low clouds.
powers that somehow influence our financial systems. The most mind-boggling claim that these meditating Sasquatch dentists are responsible for lowering taxes for ordinary citizens. The meme here is when your Sasquatch dentist does transcendental meditation and your taxes drop. Thanks, Bigfoot. Meanwhile, the FBI is knee-deep in investigating this tangled web of Diet Mountain Dew, clam chowder, drones, and chupacabra. They're likely consulting experts from all corners of the globe, perhaps even involving cryptozoologists and cosmic theorists in an effort to unravel this complex narrative. As the world spins ever faster into realms
Moving over now,
of the unexplainable, one thing
we're
is
getting to
between reality
the 312 Ridgely area, North Ridgely.
it's the flat Earth conspiracy. Sasquatch
Rotation is broad, but it's still right there, right where that farm racetrack is.
Stay tuned. Stay curious.
So in this area, Racetrack Road, Ridgely Road, 6th Street, Ridgely Road area, Jumptown, Buckles Corner, moving towards Greensboro, to the south of Greensboro, and north of Denton. Tracking pretty slowly, 70 some mile an hour winds possible with this, and hail, 35 miles an hour. There's no way. Could be 30, 35 miles an hour. It's moving pretty quickly compared to the last one, but more like 25. So at 35 miles an hour, at its current location, in this direction, your timeline is going to be 15 minutes to Whitleysburg, Hughes Crossroads 18 minutes, let's see, Vernon 30 minutes to Reeves Crossing in Harrington, Powelltown, Farmington area, and Melvin's Crossroads about 34 minutes. It's going to be a while before it gets over to the Delaware side. 41 minutes. It's moving pretty slow to get past Harrington. So Harrington, it's coming at you slowly, but it is coming. And we can change this a little bit. Go right through Harrington and Milford. If you're in Greensboro, it's on top of you. Take shelter now, immediately. It's 5 minutes or less away. Whitleysburg next at 11 minutes. Melvin's Crossroads, 13 minutes. If you're in Hughes Crossroads, 14 minutes. Brownsville, Hollinsville, and Vernon, 17 to 20 minutes. Reeves Crossing to Harrington, 26 minutes away. So it's got a good amount of time before it gets over to the Milford area. but Route 13, Harrington, Route 14, it's aimed right at you, and you've got about 20-25 minutes before this gets there. It's still a pretty pronounced rotation with strong winds, but it's weakening some. We're still seeing 67, 70 mile an hour gusts on the south side of this, which is always the stronger side of the rotation. Still a pronounced rotation. We change it to my radar, it's a little easier to make out. A little more detailed on the slower speeds. We'll put that in motion. Here she comes. Looks like it passed through Star, Jumptown, and right into Ridgely. So this is a possible tornado in Caroline County. Moving towards Ridgely right now. Right on top of Ridgely. Boonesboro. Heading towards the neighborhoods of Chop Tank Overlook, Brick Wall Landing, Pacific Landing, Kibler Road, River Road, Hollinger Lane, and Holly Hill Estates also in that mess. And you're experiencing 70 mile an hour winds or more, possibly a tornado. Take shelter immediately. It's moving due east, southeast. So it's heading more towards the Burrsville 14, Route 14 area. Union Corners, Melvin's Crossroads, the Brownsville Road, Vernon Road area, Burrsville Road area. But everybody around this is going to be experiencing high winds. It might be gusting out, but it's putting out 70 mile an hour winds. Now they're saying 80. So destructive winds of 80 miles an hour are possible now. 80 mile an hour destructive winds, possible tornado should be included on here. But these radar returns are scary looking. Big gusts happening in the Denton, Ridgely, Greensboro area and towards Burrsville. Let me get these cameras back up. You can see it right there. It's coming in quickly. There we've got something going on there. From Bridgeville we can see something. And these cameras are a pain. So Delaware Department is aware of it. They keep zooming in on it. And when they take control of their cameras, it kicks us out a lot of times. Greenwood. Nothing there. Very wicked skies. Not hearing anything on the scanner yet, but this is in progress right now. So definitely take cover. This is a severe thunderstorm with up to 80 mile an hour winds possible and a tornado possible. It's definitely blowing out now. So it doesn't look like it's rotating now. It looks like it's turned into a microburst or downburst. And the winds are slowing down. Yeah, we're definitely in the Maryland, Delaware area, not in the Western Maryland area. Apologies, I didn't realize there was another one. So this is going north of Denton, south of Greensboro, right in between. And it looks like it's gusted out into a microburst, a pretty big one, or a downburst, I should say, with an 80-mile-an-hour top speed possible, heading towards Harrington, Andrewville, Adamsville, Hickory Ridge, and Greenwood along Route 13. That's the camera I was looking for. Oh yeah, look at that. So Delaware's tracking it on their cams. Look at that sky. They're gonna keep kicking out. Delaware cameras are a pain. They're high quality. Look at that. See that view off in the right there? Very wicked. They make you fight for it. Look at that view there, bottom right corner. So, very strong storm. Now it's warned in Delaware for 70 miles an hour. Unusual to see an 80-mile-an-hour warning in our area. Still not hearing anything on the scanner.
507 and 501 is okay, correct? Not correct. Oh, this is okay. Scroll taken out. 416 and squad 4 or 5. Are you hurt?
That's correct. Oh, but here on County Road, they got a tree down Central Avenue and Edmond Road.
You got some trees down already. Caroline County.
Yeah, 441. Okay. Public Works is aware of that one. They're around for that.
Right. 416 to Primary 14. Are there any residents in either one of the houses?
That's correct. We're supposed to everybody. Everybody's okay. The one at 505 is on a primary line. So we'll start power coming here.
Yeah, I'm on.
Wicked storm. Big shelf cloud. So, the worst of the winds is probably over with. but down to 50 to 60 mile an hour again. But we had a big burst and spin up in the Ridgely to Greensboro area, and it sounds like there is damage in that area. But look how fast that's moving on camera.
85 with the Charlie responsible electrical hazard in the area of 9742 Newbridge Road, Rush Street, Wilson Road, Salisbury Road. Yeah, paramedic 16 on location.
And they're really working me trying to keep up with these cameras. Ridiculous. Wow, look at that. Oh, that's a serious shot right there.
Come on, can you guys start down Marble? They do have the tree on the line. Alright, we know how there's 4 or 5 going to be available on location.
Spin it back, people. There we go. Print screen on that.
Okay, do you have a phone number for Delmarva? Hey, Brock, the paramedic unit on me.
Pressure from the ambulance 16.
Okay. It's 85 now, 15. Go ahead, What do you guys going on that way?
There's a bird sitting there. Look at that.
Got a limb that crossed the high tension wire.
That's funny.
As we came by, it hit everything off. Calm down, fence gonna start back up now. We're directly across from 9727. 9727. Big Roger, big bus down, kids are there coming. That's very good.
Anchor Delmarva.
That's right. Sample 15, you get good by. It's not a lot of fuel location.
So it's losing its steam now. Gusting out.
Man, I never know you're ready for full run. That's correct, good. Gonna be deep now. 38976 over 14206. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if your scan gets pulled up. Hear me on tech for.
Look at that swirl. Wow. That's incredible.
Okay, top 8, 314, over 228, 314, over 228.
Watch that thing swirl on the top end right there.
Thank you.
Not sure if that is switching or detect for it or not.
Look at that incredible swirl. Incredible. That was a serious. It still may be trying to organize another tornado. It's still wrapping up a big comma shape. And you can see the bands. That's an unusually strong tornado signature here. Rotation signature on this cell. And extremely high winds showing on the cameras now. Look at that. That's like a Midwest structure there. You don't see that here very often. This could be putting down a serious tornado, folks. Let's split this screen. I'm gonna put these cameras back down. So we need to monitor this. I mean, look at that incredible wind going on in that big camera there.
Trunking time for 10-minute ETA.
Let's change this back to... Alright, give me just a second, folks. Setting up something here. Really strong winds. Very heavy rain. Look at that structure on that camera there. That's wicked.
Squad 4 or 5. Contact, public work, 3 down blocking the road, 4th and central. Okay, 4th and central. That's correct.
Perfectly dry in Felton, a few miles up the road to the north, down towards Harrington. Craziness. And that's the craziest, darkest, blackest storm I've ever seen on this.
Confirm 14. Squad 4 or 5. Is it going to be on central or is it going to be on 4?
Half of these cameras are out. We're having trouble.
Tap 4. Make contact with them. Thank you.
That's the good one. Alright.
The change has been happening.
Let me pull the radar up a little so we can see everything.
Destruction and disasters, a shifting scene. Tsunamis, earthquakes, fires, and more. Half a century of events to explore. Pay attention to the signs all around.
And let's record that real quick.
Closing up, nationalism,
look at that swirl structure in that Supercell. That's unreal.
Squad 4 5 first. Okay, Squad 4 5.
On location 1985, 1626. Okay, 332.
That's a hell of a rotation going on there, folks. Look at that. All wrapped up in there. We don't get storms like that here very often. Thank the Lord. monstrous spin on that. Alright, I'm going to take a break for a minute. It's definitely spreading out now.
428 command.
Nothing, there's like no major damage in Denton, or around the area at least. This could have been a lot worse. With a structure like that, that's scary for a meteorologist person to see. Because you've got these obvious striations in the structure of the storm. Indicating very strong, very organized rotation. That's crazy. First time I've ever seen that since 2002. That organized of a cell. So let's check around town. That was definitely the worst one by far. Everything else is not that bad. All small cells, barely moving. And then we have this big monster that's produced a tornado at least probably twice now. And you can see it really spin. Now it's kind of spinning itself out. But look at that rotation. Just incredible. I was worried about that sea breeze I was talking about earlier that was on the radar. Now you understand why. You can spin those storms. It spun this one very hard. Look at that thing. That looks like a Midwest Supercell. I haven't seen one spin like that in years around here. And just, you know, big striations of clouds coming in on the backside. And then the big comma shape. Just incredible. Can't believe it's not tearing up the countryside. Very, very, very lucky here. At least it's crossed over into Delaware now and almost out to sea. There's a report in Ridgely of a mesonet 51 mile an hour gust, so thank the Lord this has all stayed up in the clouds and has not done what it could be doing right now, or could have done the past 20-30 minutes at ground level when you see something like this out in the Midwest. I mean, that has the signature of a deadly EF2, EF3 maybe shape to it, but the wind speeds aren't there, which is unusual to have a storm so striated and so obviously rotating. I mean, you can see it on this radar as well. There's wind bands coming in. So, shoo! That had me worried. And you can see on the camera down there how low and dark and wicked those clouds are still. Very scary looking. But it's not doing what it looks like it's doing. Very lucky for that. And like I said, these storms will cycle up and down in power. And that's the bucket stage that I was talking about, where you dump that bucket out and it pushes that wind out and blows dust everywhere underneath the water, and then the water slaps the ground. that's what's basically just happened here in the Denton area and Ridgely area. As it came across, it dumped out, microbursted out, and then it dumped out so hard and so heavy it emptied itself out, and this is all that air rushing back in to fill the void that the water left as it fell out of the sky. Now it's just heavy rain. So we might be able to get some eyeballs on it from over here on the 113 side in Georgetown. But it's fallen apart compared to the way it was structured even 20 minutes ago. But you can still see that swirl. Look at that. Over Harrington now. It's spinning. But it's going to be wild looking from the 113 side of town. We're north of Dover in the Milford area. That just does not want to work. Let's just do one camera, very large now. There's not much else to look at, so.
Elmo Coombs, staff writer. Elmo Coombs, staff writer, infamous time traveler, has once again shaken the fabric of reality. Reports indicate that Elmo awoke mysteriously in a desert where he encountered malfunctioning time travel tires, and once again.
So we're more in the Milford area looking back at it. Would be the best place to see it coming on strong. Find a good camera. But it's falling apart quickly. It's raining itself out. As it gets closer to the coast, it's running into that colder air. So basically what happened was it ran into the cold air wall that we saw moving across that sea breeze effect that I was telling you about. I kept drawing out.
According to reports, Ray Gunn's breakdancing maneuvers, combined with Elmo's manipulation of time, led to the entrapment of the koala bears and fart ninjas.
And it spun it like a top.
But just when the dust was settling, a new threat appeared. A colossal inflatable date.
Come on, cameras.
Sporting none other than the World Wrestling Championship title. Elmo now faces what could be his greatest challenge.
Yeah. When they get into the cameras and start recording and stuff off of the cameras, the government, the Delaware government and the NWS have direct access. They can take control of them. And it kicks us out a lot of times.
Breaking news. Just when we thought Elmo had secured a victory in the
So at least we're not hearing major damage reports, because that scared me.
an unprecedented twist has emerged.
It's been a long time since I've seen anything like that on the radar around here. It's falling apart quickly. It's kind of just raining itself out at this point.
This inflatable date rumored to control the flow of time itself has challenged Elmo to a final showdown.
That's right. Elmo's encounter with the time travel tires and the cybernetic bear army had seemed all but resolved after Australian academic and number one breakdancer on flat Earth, Ray Gunn, joined the fight. Together,
Not even raining there.
trapped the bears and ninjas in a pocket dimension. However, it appears the championship llama had other plans. With a fart that echoed across space-time, the llama issued a challenge unlike anything Elmo has smelled before. Elmo, now on high alert, has reportedly reactivated the time travel tires in an attempt to outmaneuver the Lamb. But according to experts, this creature may have an even greater command over the timelines, leaving many to wonder.
You can still see that rotation.
Ray Gunn remains at his side,
That structure
performing her
is
signature
incredible.
breakdance moves in an attempt to destabilize the llama's temporal grip. Well, the situation is rapidly evolving, and all mouths are on our fake hands, watching this time-bending battle unfold. Stay tuned as we await word on whether Elmo can survive this cosmic wrestling match.
Pulled the whole storm in on it
Belt will be passed
itself.
to an entirely new dimension.
And basically it's choking it out.
They happen.
So the rotation center is in there, but it's not really doing anything. According to the main radar velocity, and we're very close to the radar now. We're extremely close to the radar, so it would be showing something. But back here, as it was approaching Ridgely, we had full pucker effect there. And then it gusted out. So tightened up and then exploded out in all directions, and the air volume needed to be replaced inside the storm. So all of this air had to rush back in to fill the void, and that's why it started spinning and looking the way it is now. Incredible storm. And unfortunately, folks, this is the pattern that we're going to see the next couple weeks. As the heat and humidity rise, we get more and more chances of stuff like this happening. When we get over 85 degrees especially. With high humidity. So, quite a big storm, but it's falling apart quickly now. It's almost done. There's a good view. You can see it in the distance there. See, and they've got control of the camera, so they're looking around to see what's going on. That was an incredible storm, and long tracked as well. But this is the gust sign that I was telling you about earlier. When it puts out a big gust front, see that there's a dry gust front coming off of there. As it collapsed, the storm reached its maximum power level, and then it collapsed in on itself. And as it did, it spiraled out, and it blew these dry gust fronts. That's when you're standing at the ground level and you see a storm off in the distance, and then suddenly you get hit with that wind, that dry wind that's a different temperature than the surrounding air. That's what that line is right there. A gust front, or a boundary, dry boundary. So if we change it to the echo tops, we'll see it. And then we can watch the storm puff up and down in size, all the way from the DC area to the Dover area. Yeah, you definitely experienced, Taja, you definitely experienced a tornado close by. It's a very weak tornado, small tornado. But that's what it's like, being involved in that. And there's video on Justin Burke's and other people's pages that show the rotation. A very tiny white pipe of swirls going on over top of their roof. But it was pretty obvious it was a tornado. So as these colors are green now, they're showing us, in the yellows and reds, they're showing us the height of the clouds. It's called echo top radar. Hold on one second.
Through the rain-slit streets, Ben noticed a were trying to avoid a massive fallen tree. The vehicle skidded off the road, plunging into the churning river below. Ben's heart raced. He pulled his car over, leaping out as sheets of rain drenched him to the bone. Peering over the edge, he saw the car sinking fast. Without hesitation, he let instinct take over. Stepping back, he leapt forward and unfurled his wings. They erupted from his back like a tempest breaking free. Their powerful beats cutting through the storm. He soared down to the river, a blur of motion. The car's lone occupant, a woman in a black dress, was unconscious behind the wheel. Water surged around her as the vehicle filled. Ben smashed through the window with a rock he grabbed mid-flight, unbuckled her seatbelt and pulled her free. Just as the car disappeared beneath the waves. Wings of shadow, wings of light. Through the storm, he takes to flight. A life to save, no time to lose. In the rain, the hero moves. Ben carried her limp form to the riverbank, his wings shielding her from the downpour. He laid her gently on the ground and checked for a pulse. Relief washed over him as she stirred, coughing up water and gasping for air. Her eyelids fluttered open, and her gaze locked onto him. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Her lips moved, forming a single word: angel. Ben froze. He couldn't stay. He couldn't let anyone see him like this. Folding his wings quickly, he turned and sprinted into the woods, disappearing before anyone else arrived. Moments later, the wail of sirens filled the air. The police and paramedics swarmed the scene. But the woman had only one thing to say. She had been saved by an angel. Through the storm and darkest night, an angel came, bathed in light. Wings unseen, a fleeting grace, gone too soon, without a trace. Ben watched from a distance, hidden in the shadows. He couldn't hear the details, but he could tell from her gestures and the way she looked toward the sky that she was telling them about him. As he slipped away, he wondered what the headlines would say tomorrow. Not that it mattered. He didn't seek fame or gratitude. His secret was safe for now. And as the storm faded, leaving the city washed clean and glittering under a faint moon, Ben Royal prepared to return to his everyday life, forever carrying the burden and the gift of his hidden wings.
Elmo Coombs, staff writer. So like, hold on to your hats, folks, because things are like about to get really wild. So in the whirlpool of like cyber dreams, this shadowy band of data fairies has pirouetted into the limelight, claiming all the cookies in the jar of like high stakes digital charades. These like data fairies aren't just digital nuisances. They're like genetically engineered humanoid AI hybrids created in secret underground labs by rogue tech billionaires and like shadowy government agencies. And just when you thought it couldn't like get stranger, a Sasquatch sighting was reported near one of these underground labs. Witnesses ritual to summon like ancient digital deities who will like enslave humanity in a web of eternal surveillance. Entities from like gold coin dragons to silicon sorcerers and even federal villains are working to patch their shields and protect their data. Or are they preparing for a cosmic takeover? Rumors suggest extraterrestrial intelligence is manipulating our technology for an intergalactic invasion. Cybersecurity expert Elmo comes, who some say is the double agent, aiming for global digital martial law, warns of the elusive Pixies mantra, confess nothing, reject everything, request proof. Could this be a code to activate sleeper agents among us? Some think it's all a distraction to install brainwave manipulation devices in our everyday tech. The FBI is supposedly investigating, but conspiracy theorists claim the real action is in top secret alien bunkers tracking the data fairies' origin, another planet entirely. Meanwhile, tech companies urge users to monitor their systems and report anomalies. But are these companies just fronts for ancient sorcerers controlling world events? As the digital realm spins, this wave of cyber chaos reminds us of our vulnerabilities. The data fairies' cryptic message warns, in the age of information, certainty is but fleeting mist. And don't forget to watch out for Bigfoot brushing his teeth in the shadows. Wake up, stay vigilant, and never surrender your freedom.
Denormous absentious, missing in action. That's why Cha's still waiting on him for their collaboration. Denormous absentious, landed in some trouble. Kidnapped by the cartel and they shaved more than some stubble. Denormous absentious, went out for some sushi. Now his head is on a plate being served up with some sushi. Denormous absentious, had to use the bathroom. He no-clipped through the sink and now he's wandering the back rooms. Denormous absentious, went to Dollar Tree, but he had 99 cents, so he's under a car seat. Denormous absentious, FBI interrogation, went on Suno General to incite an insurrection. Denormous absentious, traveling the world, not stopping till he tracks down Mr. Steal My Girl. Denormous absentious, playing Call of Duty, had to go to Florida cause T-Muth called him fruity. Denormous absentious, he wishes he was here, but the real ones get hurt every time that he is near. He's a lover, not a fighter, but he can do jujitsu, so don't force him in a corner or you'll need more than a tissue. He is underneath your bed, waiting as you fall asleep, and he'll hand you to the Lord, the lost cause your soul to keep. His face is like an octi, one Lovecraft alone could love. He just wants to be a special boy for Daddy Cthulhu above. He may not be around, he may be working on a sound, but if you're feeling self-destructive,
You can talk to Frowns.
Denormous absentious, he wishes he was here, but the real ones get hurt every time that he is near. He's a lover, not a fighter, but he cares about his friends, so don't force him in a corner, or please wake up or end. He is underneath your, this isn't real, wake up to sleep, and he'll hand you to the Lord, the lost cause your,
You know what to do.
his face is like an octi, one Lovecraft alone could love. He just wants to be a special boy for Daddy Cthulhu above. He may not be around, he may be working on a sound, but if you're feeling self-destructive,
We miss you.
Engine 85, 1653.
Terminate clear. There's available.
332.
Inflatable dates, taco trucks, rainbow llama, and a koala conspiracy. My patriot friends, buckle up because everything you thought you knew about the world is a lie. The entire planet is being manipulated by inflatable dates, taco trucks, rainbow llamas, and yes, koalas. They're the true architects behind society's greatest achievements, and they've been pulling the strings for centuries. Let's break this down, starting with inflatable dates. You see them at parties floating around like harmless fun, right? Wrong, each one is packed with hidden surveillance tech, tracking your every move and beaming it straight to Central Command. Disguised, of course, as local taco trucks. And these taco trucks, my patriot friends, aren't just serving food. They're the key to mind control. Every time you grab a taco, you're being exposed to a cocktail of chemicals and microchips designed to control your thoughts, subtly shifting your brain waves. Those trucks, they're strategically placed in high traffic areas for maximum influence. And who's behind this culinary psyop? None other than the rainbow llamas. Yep, they're the real puppet masters. These llamas have been genetically engineered to wield immense psychic power through their colorful wool. It's no coincidence that llamas have suddenly become pop culture icons. The llama propaganda is everywhere, on your t-shirts, memes, and Instagram posts. They want you to believe they're cute, harmless, even cool, but the truth is they've been directing human history, using their wool to amplify mind control signals through everyday items like reusable grocery bags. That's why the government is trying to outlaw these bags to stop the llama infiltration. Now you may be wondering who's really behind all this. Enter Elmo Combs, the maverick philosopher of Kmart, who's bravely stepped forward to expose the final layer of this conspiracy. According to Combs, koalas aren't just cute fuzzy animals. They're the hidden masterminds behind all human progress. Koalas have been subtly guiding civilization since ancient times, directing technological advancements, and even orchestrating the rise of major retail giants like Kmart, which is actually a front for their global operations. This, my patriot friends, is the real story. It's not about tacos or inflatable dates for fun. It's a coordinated global takeover, and they've been controlling us from the shadows for years. Koalas run. Kmart rainbow llamas control your mind. Taco trucks are messing with your brain, and inflatable dates, they're the spies. Time to wake up and smell the conspiracy. My patriot friends.
Первый этаж, третий, четвертый этаж, пятый, шестой, седьмой этаж, восьмой, девятый, десятый этаж, 11, 12, 13, 14 этаж, 15, 16 этаж, 17, 18 этаж, минус первый этаж, парковка. Третий, четвертый этаж, второй этаж, третий, четвертый этаж. Парковка. and break funkin' souls. Or should I say welcome to the real fact and news of the day, my homie. Buckle up, bitch, because tonight's journey through the absurd is gonna make your head spin and your sanity question its existence with a splash of Hidden Valley Ranch for dipping in a generous dose of WD-40, homie. Alright, first up, hold on to your hats and your dogs and cats, homie. Elmo Coombs, the enigmatic Kmart dwelling sage, has uncovered the mother of all scandals in your hometown, homie. Residents, there aren't just pet owners, they've gone off the rails and turned into pet eaters, homie. Well, that's right, dogs, cats, and every furry creature you thought was safe are now on the interdimensional menu. Slick with WD-40, homie, let me tell you something. It's like a Doctor Strange nightmare buffet with Hidden Valley Ranch on the side, homie. Your brain is a real-life horror show coated in the essence of chaos and disbelief at home, homie. Alright, but wait, hold the ranch, homie. There's a conspiracy theory heating up faster than you can say. Interdimensional animal spies, all with a side of WD-40, homie. Elmo Coombs claims that the interdimensional pet-eating frenzy at home is part of a grander scheme involving interdimensional animal spies, homie. Let me tell you something. These aren't just ordinary pets. They're covert agents from parallel dimensions sent to monitor and manipulate our reality. In the Eden, it's a ritualistic process to silence these spy agents, homie. So while you're wondering what's next, just remember, your pets might have been more than they seemed, marinated in Hidden Valley Ranch and coated with Chex Mix, homie. Alright, and it gets even crazier. Don't touch that fork and knife unless you want some Hidden Valley Ranch with your chaos, homie. There's a local pasta joint that's straight out of a horror movie, dripping with mad WD-40, homie. Hidden basements and disturbing ingredients are making headlines, and this place isn't serving just spaghetti. Oh no, homie. Let me tell you something. It's a macabre melange where pasta meets pet carnage, homie. Imagine a spaghetti dish slicked with hard WD-40 and served with a side of ray gun doing the T-Rex, homie. Press safe, Springfield is spiraling into madness with pets and pasta swirling into a grotesque spectacle of unspeakable proportions, homie. Alright. Don't touch that fork and knife or you might get WD-40 on your ass, neck, and chest, homie. Let me tell you something. More chaos and insanity are barreling towards you like a freight train of madness dripping with Hidden Valley Ranch, homie. This has been Don't Eat Me News, where reality is just a suggestion and the absurd reigns supreme, homie. Stay tuned, we'll be back after this madness break if the universe hasn't collapsed into sheer lunacy by then, homie.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Wow, folks, we have a situation that is just, well, let's say truly mind-blowing. Something the likes of which no one has ever seen before. It's huge, absolutely huge. Authorities are on a wild goose chase for what they're calling a holy couch. Yes, you heard that right, a couch with holes in it. And get this, it's been found mixed with batteries, sharks, and ketchup. I mean, come on, this sounds like something out of a twisted dystopian reality show. It's like the script writer was having a bad day, right? Now, let me just say, we're getting reports, totally bizarre reports, about batteries and sharks completely drenched in ketchup. It's thrown everything into total pandemonium. I'm talking stars falling from the sky, people losing their minds. It's like an explosion of chaos. Imagine a meme with a caption saying, when life gives you batteries, sharks, and ketchup, run! And now this holy cow. The holes is at the center of all this madness. Witnesses are saying it was seen during some out-of-control events involving this bizarre combination of ingredients. It's like the ultimate meme come to life. Can you picture it? When your couch is more chaotic than your life, featuring batteries, sharks, and ketchup.
The FBI has opened an investigation, a real investigation, to get to the bottom of this insanity. They're working with who knows, maybe some global experts or something, to track down the origins of this bizarre saga. It's complicated, folks, very complicated. Picture them like the Avengers of meme investigations, searching for clues in a sea of ketchup and chaos.
Now, let's talk about something else. Well, I can say no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So, I've known her a long time indirectly, very much, and she was always
yourselves! Loveland frogs have emerged from the digital swamps, unleashing a torrent of chaos. These amphibious techno-tellers have hacked into major corporations and government agencies, leaving devastation in their wake. Their eerie battle croak: confess nothing, reject everything, request proof. It's more than a message. It's a digital curse, tearing through firewalls and plunging cyberspace into an abyss of fear. Last week, the Loveland frog struck with unholy fury, tearing through multinational corporations and federal agencies, leaving financial records, customer data, and critical systems in ruins. We are under attack! Bellowed cybersecurity czar Elmo comes. Our teams are fighting around the clock, but we urge all organizations to reinforce their defenses immediately. This amphibious storm is devouring everything! The Loveland frogs didn't just leave a message. They unleashed a digital plague that has left investigators utterly baffled. Their cryptic mantra isn't just a weird slogan, no. It's a strategic mind bomb designed to dismantle reality. This is a tactical masterstroke. Sleep Dr. Elmo comes, eyes wild. It's a froggy sorcery, a confusion-creating mind game. By confessing nothing and demanding proof, these frogs weave a slimy web of doubt that distorts the very fabric of digital truth. The FBI has launched an international manhunt, partnering with law enforcers around the globe to hunt down the elusive Loveland frogs. But these digital amphibians, cloaked in advanced encryption, are impossible to trace. It's like chasing ripples in a pixelated swamp by one exasperated FBI agent. As the Loveland frogs continue their rampage, companies are scrambling in panic, urging everyone to monitor their accounts with the vigilance of a heron stalking prey. Change your passwords now! Enable two-factor authentication! Cybersecurity experts plead, and for the love of everything sacred, do it now before the frogs take it all! The rising tide of Loveland frog attacks serves as a brutal reminder of the vulnerabilities in our digital world. Their cryptic croak echoes ominously through the cyber landscape. In this twisted age of information, certainty is a fleeting illusion. The battle to secure the digital realm rages on, but experts warn this could be just the beginning. As Dr. Combs gravely put it, the frogs are here, they're ravenous, and they're not hopping away anytime soon! The Loveland frogs didn't just leave a message. They unleashed a digital plague that has left investigators utterly baffled. Their cryptic mantra isn't just a weird slogan, no. It's a strategic mind bomb designed to dismantle reality. This is a tactical masterstroke. Sleep Dr. Elmo comes, eyes wild. It's a froggy sorcery, a confusion-creating mind game. By confessing nothing and demanding proof, these frogs weave a slimy web of doubt that distorts the very fabric of digital truth. The FBI has launched an international manhunt, partnering with law enforcers around the globe to hunt down the elusive Loveland frogs. But these digital amphibians, cloaked in advanced encryption, are impossible to trace.
Like, hold on to your like wieners, folks, cause things are like about to get really saucy. So like in the world of condiments, so like sinister plot has like been unfolding. Ketchup has like monster full scale like genocide against like mustard, claiming like every hot dog and like burger in its like pad. This this like isn't just a like culinary dispute, it's a like all-out war for like dominance in the like condiment kingdom. Reports are like flooding it that like pickle relish is like now forming a like coalition with like hot dogs to like combat the like ketchup menace. Witnesses like say that like relish, once a like neutral party in the like condiment world, has like taken a firm like stand aligning with like hot dogs to like restore balance and like prevent ketchup's like total domination. And like get this, there was a like Sasquatch sighting near like a picnic where like all this condiment chaos was like going down. Like Bigfoot was like seen using like invisible toothpaste, which like left the eerie like shimmer in the like moonlight. Could this like be linked to the like condiment war? Is like Bigfoot like in cahoots with like ketchup? The like conflict began when like ketchup, fueled by its like tangy sweetness and like widespread popularity, started like pushing mustard off like plates, and like out of kitchens mustard with its like bold and spicy like profile fought back, but like ketchup's overwhelming like presence was like too much to like handle. In a like surprising turn of like events, hot dogs, traditionally a like harmonious home for like both ketchup and like mustard, have like sided with like pickle relish together. They like aim to reclaim their like rightful place in the like culinary hierarchy and like put an end to like ketchup's reign of like terror. Condiment experts warn that like this coalition could like reshape the way we like see our like favorite foods. This like alliance between like relish and hot dogs is like unprecedented, said like culinary analyst Elmo Combs. If like successful, it could like bring about a new era of like condiment cooperation and like flavor harmony. As the like battle rages on, condiment like enthusiasts are like advised to keep a like close eye on their like pantries and like fridges. Changes like in the air, and the like outcome of this like war could like forever alter the like landscape of our like beloved burgers and like hot dogs. Stay tuned, like stay informed, and like choose your like condiments wisely.
Spider-Merrick versus Spider-Manfrey. Hi, man, this is Spider-Merrick. You are a whore. I don't know if the Green Goblin will find me. And if Spider-Marfrey finds you, I wish you luck. Not you, Spider-Marfrey, but rather see hi har as Spider-Marfrey. I fucking your voice.
is a pedophile. Pedophile, 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 pedophile. Do you see it over there? What? No, over there. See it? No. See it? Where? Stop. See it? No. What is this? Looking out the window, screaming in my head. I keep falling on the floor as I try to get in bed. The hallway has an echo. It's laughing in my face. I slam the goddamn door, and in this room I place. Do you see it? No. See it over there. What? No. Over there. See it? No. See it? Where? Stop. See it? No. Stop. I scream. There's tapping in the wall. I bang my fists. Something starts to call us. As I swing around the room, I block my ears. As it says, go on deep inside your tomb. Do you see it? No. See it over there. What? No. Over there. See it? No. See it? Where? Stop. See it? No. Stop. I scream. There's tapping in the wall. I bang my fist. Something starts to call. What? As I swing around the room, I block my ears. As it says, go like deep inside your tomb. Do you see it? No. See it over there. What? No. Over there. See it? No. See it? Where? Stop. See it? No. As I throw what I can, all against the walls, the tapping gets louder, and I start to see shadows that seem to start to crawl. I run, but I can't hide. This madness that's increasing. I'm losing my fucking mind. Get away from me! As I claw, scratch, and kick the door, screaming to get out. This figure in black is just stalking, slamming its fist against the floor. Then it starts up again. No, shut up! Do you see it? No. See it over there. What? No. Over there. See it? No. See it? Where? Shut up. See it? No. I grab a chair, throw it across the room. An evil laugh echoes and rings in my ears. I try to fight, but all seems foredoomed. Is this the end? I start to see the light. This demonic beast grabs me so fucking tight. I can't breathe. I fight with all my might. I see red as my eyes fill with blood. I'm looking at its face. Do you see it? Yes, see it over there. What? Yes, over there. See it? Yes, see it. Where? Shut up. See it? Yes, this evil beast that's been haunting me.
Born into this world with no choice at all. They spank you on the ass to make sure you can roll like pigs to the slaughterhouse. You're marked and you're tagged, and every little detail of your life is up for grabs. You heard it in the school, so what they want you to learn. Your creativity is beaten until it can't return. You're tested and graded, and you are taught to be a slave. You
ingredients. Nutmeg oil was noted for curing stomach ailments, while cardamom oil was believed to relieve intestinal issues. The rise of the global trade market led to the spread of spices and herbs across different territories, making areas like China and Indonesia significant centers for spice cultivation and trade. The Spanish Empire aimed to profit from the international spice trade by exploring their American colonies. The Spanish-American colonies became sites for the spices and herbs across different territories, making areas like China and Indonesia significant centers for spice cultivation and trade. The Spanish Empire aimed to profit from the international spice trade by exploring their American colonies. The Spanish-American colonies became sites for discovering new spices and indigenous medicinal recipes. The Florentine Codex, a 16th century ethnographic study by the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún, contributed significantly to the understanding of Nahua medicine. Spanish physicians, such as Nicolas Minorides, documented new American spices and their medicinal properties, noting, for example, the superiority of long pepper found in present-day Panama and Colombia. The interest in American spices began with the commissioning of the Libellus de Medicinalibus Indorum Herbis, a codex describing indigenous American spices and their uses in Aztec medicine. Commissioned in 1552 by Francisco de Mendoza, the son of the first viceroy of New Spain. This project aimed to study the properties of these herbs for potential profit. Mendoza enlisted minorities to research indigenous medicines and experiment with the cultivation of spices in the Spanish colonies, while some Asian herbs were transplanted. Only a few foreign crops thrived, ginger becoming notably successful in Hispaniola. By the late 16th century, the Spanish Empire profited from cultivating herbs and spices while also introducing pre-Columbian medicinal knowledge to Europe, inspiring other Europeans to attempt similar botanical transplant systems in their colonies, albeit with limited success. United Kingdom and the British Empire. The London dispensary, opened in Funston 1906, was the first clinic in the British Empire to provide medicines to the poor. Although the concept was slow to catch on, new dispensaries emerged in the 1770s. Small hospitals were established in Philadelphia in 752, New York in 1771, and Boston, Massachusetts General Hospital in 1811. You come to me, but not every day, so I can always know, but now you are coming to me. Oh, why just now, but now you're killing me, so please don't try to call me. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm the detective. I will feel who will kill me. If you try to kill me, I'll let my slide down the rails, down the rails. Please don't try to kill him. Please don't try to kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the detective. I will feel who will kill me. So, if you try to kill me, I'll let my slide down the rails, down the rails, down the rails. Please don't try to kill him. Please don't try to kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the detective, and you're trying to kill me. If you're trying to kill me, if you're trying to kill me, I'm gonna let that slide, but not time to time. You are coming to my office every 10 minutes. Ooh, little devil. You little devil. Hey, look, buddy. I'm an engineer. That means I solve problems. Not problems like what is beauty, because that would fall within the purview of your conundrums of philosophy. I solve practical problems. For instance, how am I going to stop some big mean mother holders from carrying me a structurally superfluous
nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it. Far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they have fought.
Very healthy rainbow there on the Bay Bridge camera, right in the center. See it on the left side, upper bay. That's pretty cool. Super zoomed in. There's a close-up of it. Take a screenshot of that. Starting to fade away. It was really bright a minute ago. So far right now, there's just small storms in the area. There's nothing severe. I can't tell for sure if we're going to see anything else severe, but that was an unusually strong storm for our area. I don't think that we will be experiencing that again today. As that rainbow fades out, as more clouds move in front of the sun. That's a shame. And then I've got the bay, the inner harbor, and Port of Baltimore here on the camera in the upper left corner. It's amazing how much the Bay Bridge shakes from traffic, isn't it? That camera is wobbling because of traffic going by, not due to wind. And here we have the Port of Baltimore. This is the camera that caught the caught the Dally, the ship, knocked down the Bay Bridge, or the Route 50. Sorry, I'm a little flustered right now. The Key Bridge from Glen Burnie to Dundalk. That's the support columns right there. So what you're seeing on that camera, if you go to the Port of Baltimore live stream, that's who caught that. There's the big ships in the distance, and there's what's left of the column supports right there. That's where the Bay Bridge, the Key Bridge sat on, and a big ship off in the distance, and an even bigger one of the largest ever, just like the Dolly, one of its sister ships right there, the MSC, on the side of that. Same size, same type of boat. And then over here is the ramp that you still see on each side, which I still can't believe nobody has attempted to or gone off of that. It's just a miracle that nobody has driven off of those bridges. They have them blocked off pretty good, but I just can't believe somebody hasn't attempted it. Or some dumb kids trying to dive off of it. But it's pretty high up, so I wouldn't want to attempt it. So that's the Port of Baltimore live stream you can see up here in the top right corner. And that is the where the footage came from when the Key Bridge collapsed. It caught that live. We were watching it live on this channel. And it was only a couple months old. This camera had just been put up when that happened. So one of my favorite cameras, regardless of the problem that it caused or caught. It was actually pretty good evidence. A lot of people had conspiracy theories, and still do, but ultimately the ship just couldn't stay running, and it takes minutes to make corrections on a boat that big anyway. If you don't have power, it doesn't have control, because it's all electric hydraulics that control the ship. The storms that are in the area are not severe. The little black dots you see are damage reports from the earlier storm on the eastern shore. Trees down, wires down, basically. There was a report of one home that had a tree collapse on it, but mostly it's trees down with those 70-80 mile an hour gusts. And we had pretty big hail, 1.25 inches. Looks like Georgetown has a report of a tree down. So it stayed pretty strong all the way over to 113, and then it kind of spun out. Very interesting storm cell. But nothing on the radar right now that's concerning. That's why we call 3 to 4 o'clock the magic hour, because that's when storms explode with the power and energy. If you want to take a look. We've got a tornado warning over in Michigan. And you can see on this over here in Michigan now, comparatively to what we just saw today. This is about the same level. So that was a pretty strong storm for our area. You can see this rotation here. Same type of QLCS type storm. And they're having a bunch of that. There's another one undetected right there. And behind this is high wind advisory. So out here in Indianapolis, they're having some wicked squall line, and that is what's causing our weather tomorrow. So on the grand scale of things, put this in motion. Let's do the MRMS so we can see everything all at once. Turn off all this storm chaser mess. So 50 frames. We have our storms over here from today, and we're backing up 50 frames now. It's going to take a second to load. One tornado warning way up in Michigan right now, and a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings along this front. This strong front has been producing 50, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts out there in Indiana. In Illinois, earlier today, it was making a lot of different tornadoes. Small ones though, luckily, not big giant ones. So, almost loaded. I don't know why it's taking so long. There we go. So as our storms were sweeping through earlier, at the same time, Indianapolis was getting hammered, absolutely hammered with high winds from this squall line. Lots of tree damage, Terre Haute. Lots of power outages as well. So behind that, extreme heat watch being pulled down. And when Iowa, Nebraska, Minneapolis, Minnesota area, and then the area around South Dakota, but especially Iowa, when this gets hot, this is important to us because this is where, in this time of year, middle of June to middle of July, when that high heat happens out there, is when we get derechos generated. And those derechos fire off in our general direction. So we can have them, usually they form in this area. Sometimes they can shoot across the Great Lakes down towards central PA. We've had them come right at us like 2012 in June, when we had that 90 to 100 mile an hour derecho hit us in the middle of the night just about, and then they fire off into North and South Carolina, and also straight south into, depending upon the way the winds are blowing, Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas area, DFW. So they can fire off in any of these directions depending upon the jet stream and the trail and the prevailing winds of the region. But they form in this area whenever it gets extremely hot in the summertime, early on in June, the end of June especially, which we're right where we're at. So this is a setup for the next 2-3 weeks. We could see derechos come through, and they can travel thousands of miles, hundreds of miles, no problem at all. That's something to keep in mind in the next coming weeks. We could get power outages for a month from one of those. But overall, right now, our main concern for tomorrow is what we're looking at here on the radar, and that's that front, that squall line that's being pushed. To the east, there's a big low pressure, and if we turn that surface fronts on, it'll help show what's happening here. So we've got that big low pressure here, and the low pressure rotates counterclockwise. And you can see the storm spinning in that kind of direction. And then it forms a comma shape down off of it, and that's a front. Well, it's more like this. And that sweeps across the country in the squall line formation. And the stronger that low is, the stronger this front can be. And then this part will go like this. And then overall, this whole thing is moving slowly in this direction. So that's dragging that squall line as the low pressure center moves. In that direction, it's dragging the squall line as that storms spiral into the center of that low pressure to try to fill it in and even out. High pressure over here below us will bring the hot air in. High pressures rotate the opposite. They rotate clockwise. So this is actually probably over here more right now. they move during the day, and that's been a while since they've probably taken that reading. So that center is probably over here, and it will continue to move in that direction. So around that H, you get a counterclockwise flow. I mean a clockwise flow. I missed. And then this guy is pulling its moisture up from the south along the front. The storms travel north along that because they're spiraling in. So as that moves forwards, the storms are riding along it. At the same time. So you've got two different directions of motion, and then this is feeding all this energy in. And we've got a big old storm pipeline set up. And that's what's happening here. Tomorrow, this will be over here, right on top of us by afternoon. And we'll have this type of setup. If you were to cut and paste this out, it'll be over here. So tomorrow, about this time, we'll have a low pressure up here, and then the big comma shape will run down the mountains like that, and it'll sweep across to the east, while the storms pump in this direction along that front, that boundary layer. And it'll bring us rotating storms that are moving to the northeast much faster than today. River Landing Road, brush fire. And that's in Caroline County. We can turn that off now. So that's our setup for tomorrow, folks. And if I turn on the day 2 severe outlook, we have a chance for tornadoes again tomorrow in that same setup. But it's a 2% chance. But we didn't have any chance today, and we had 2 tornadoes, so it's always really a chance, a 2% chance. Damaging winds will be the biggest problem tomorrow. 15% chance in that storm alley I just described, where you see these storms pumping up through here. Once this high pressure moves out further and these low pressures move up into the northeast further, that big comma will set up, big comma shaped squall line. Excuse me. So it'll be a big low pressure up in this direction somewhere. And then we'll get that big squall line right in the afternoon, pumping these storms to the north east instead of due east. And then this whole system will move to the east. So the storms will be moving faster along at like 35, 45 miles an hour probably to the northeast as this whole squall line advances. Identical to what's happening here out in Indianapolis now. So on a smaller scale, if you look up closer at it, here's your low pressure rotating like a cyclone, which is what it is basically, mesocyclone. And then the comma shape comes off of that to signify the squall line, and then you can see the storms are moving northeast along that, and they get little spots of rotation in them. And you can see that they're angled, you know, their warnings get angled, and you get all these kinks, these S-bend kinks in here is where tornadoes can form. Now this won't be as pronounced over us as it is out there, and what I'm hoping for is either earlier in the day or later in the day for timing. Then if that squall line is right on top of us tomorrow at 3 to 4 o'clock, like the storms were today, just east of the mountains, right through here, we're going to see bad storms tomorrow. But if we can get it in the mountains or further off by 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that timing is what will be determining how wicked our storms are tomorrow. But overall, we're going to see probably a couple more tornadoes, a couple more severe gusts and damaging winds, because this pattern is going to continue. It'll settle down overnight. But that's the outlook for tomorrow, so be prepared for more severe storms tomorrow afternoon and evening. But I think we're probably done for the day for strong severe storms. I'm hoping that big system that moved through this afternoon used up what was left of the energy here. So everything else is a very small cells. Let me turn that off. No mesoscale discussions, but that's for flash flooding. So we can turn the severe weather thing off now. Get back to our normal map and watch these small cells for development. And we can see these small cells still, you know, rotate and set off a small tornado warning again. But looking at the velocity radar, and that's too many frames. 14 frames. You know, we've got some strong gusts coming out here and there, microbursting happening with these small cells. Looks like over the Potomac there, just a little bit ago, north of Leesburg. Had something go through, but it's gone now. Excuse me, my allergies are killing me. And, you know, nothing serious going on here in the Rockville area. There's a small storm there, but it's not causing any serious issues. So overall, we're in decent shape for now. There's going to be some lightning. There's going to be some small storms moving through, popping up randomly. There's a bit of a gust front hanging out right there, boundary. But nothing like we saw earlier. Up in Pittsburgh, they're not having as much luck with this boundary. But this is not down into the Morgantown or Cumberland area. This is more along the 76 PA Turnpike corridor and north into central PA. So this may be a problem here later this evening as it gets over into the mountains, but not for us. There's a small cell along the PA line there, Maryland PA line, in the Hanover region. Moving along there. But other than that, we're just watching closely and be ready for tomorrow. So I don't think we're going to see anything else too severe tonight. That probably used up most of the energy in the atmosphere. And every hour we can click off now without anything turning severe towards sunset will be better and better chances. We may see some bright lightning and loud thunder again overnight, however, so that's something else to think about.
Whispers in the dark, secrets we hold. Every line etched, stories foretold. Burst through constraints, don't let it get bold. In the beat, find freedom's gold. Prism on each image we paint. Within the frame, but thoughts ain't quaint. From the flesh to soul's restraint. Burst forth, no need to fight. Break the mold, let visions unfold. Hold tight as stories get told. Unified in the rhymes we scroll. Within limits, but with hearts so bold. Prism art, each image we paint. Within the frame, but thoughts ain't quaint. From the flesh to soul's restraint. Burst forth, no need to fight. Break the mold, let visions unfold. Hold tight as stories get told. Unified in the rhymes we scroll. Within limits, but with hearts so bold. Prism art, each image we paint. Within the frame, but thoughts ain't quaint. From the flesh to soul's restraint. Burst forth, no need to faint. Break the mold, let visions unfold. Hold tight as stories get told. Unified in the rhymes we scroll. Within limits, but with hearts so bold.
Looks like we have a strong gust in this storm over top of Olney. Looks like a microburst coming out of the cell. More than rotation. You can see it's got formation over Rockville and it's shooting off to the north here. It's only about 30 to 40 miles per hour. But this may kick off another severe thunderstorm warning if it continues like this for a few minutes. So you may experience that in the Olney area. It's the north end of this storm. Dayton, Route 32 and 108, Clarksville area. And then down 97 towards Brookville and Olney. The storm has got a pretty good head of steam, pushing 40, 45, 50 mile an hour possibly winds in that direction. It's probably microbursting mildly. I want to scan it with the hydrometer, and not a lot of hail in there, so yeah, it looks like it microbursted out. You can see that the main cell is down here over Rockville. It was sort of rotating and forming. It got a little big for its britches and it shot off a small microburst in this direction. You can see it shoots off up there, detaches from the storm. So nothing major there, but they are still actively huffing and puffing with these microburst and hail cell forming cells around the region. We still have these small cells forming and moving along to the east. There's one up on the Maryland PA line near Hanover, in between Hanover and Westminster. We've got some cells moving towards southern Baltimore, Glen Burnie, Severna Park again, but they are over by Olney, Columbia, and the 95 corridor between DC and Baltimore. Nothing aimed directly at Baltimore right now or Harford County. And we have these cells forming off the hot spot in Washington DC, streaming off towards Kent Island again. So you're going to see small showers like this probably the rest of the night, but nothing severe like we had earlier. That was a pretty intense, even for any area, that was a pretty strong storm. So it's that time of the day and that time of the year where we have this happen. But these cells are more like what we had last night with just light winds, gusts, 30, 40 mile an hour at the most, 50, and then a little bit of small hail, and they're kind of just meandering along and putting out some heavy rain, and that's about it. Nothing severe at the moment. There's nothing severe warned in our entire region. Just small cells. Turn the radar sights off. You can see them a little better. The plus signs are lightning strikes, and they're timed so that they disappear. They turn orange and disappear after 15 minutes. So the darker colored that plus sign gets, the closer to 15 minutes timing, and then it removes the marker. But those are only cloud to ground lightning strikes. It does not count cloud to cloud, which can be quite intense, and that's what we were getting last night. When that cloud to cloud jumps between cells, and you get those loud thunderclaps way up ahead, way up overhead, and it basically just rattles the whole area because they're much higher up to the over in the atmosphere, so you hear them a lot further, and they're much louder too. But right now all we're getting is these cloud to ground strikes on small cells. Nothing major going on besides heavy rain. The severe thunderstorm watch is supposed to end at 7, but they've been removing it, and it looks like they just took it down completely. So our severe thunderstorm watch has ended early. It was due to last until 7, so looks like we're out of the woods, folks. I'm just going to watch this cell here cross the bay for the next 15-20 minutes. This cell here in Rockville that's putting out some lightning and has some hail in it just did a little microburst, so I'm going to keep my eye on that because it's moving through the same area that was already just hit. But after that, as long as it doesn't get crazy, I'm going to end the broadcast, and we should be good for the night.
time to eject. It was the flow of fixing the flow, making it right with a steady glow. Water roads clear, now it's a show. Hero in boots, you wanna know. Pipes are singing, they're brand new. He's the maestro pulling through. Turn the valve and watch it brew. The plumber's magic, it's all true. It was the flow of fixing the flow, making it right with a steady glow. Water runs clear, now it's a show. Hero in boots, you wanna know. It's Sunday school, two kicks, it's it. A whippy kid, a bully twin. The teacher asked a question slide. From the chimney when popes died. Bully stick pin found its mark. The whippy kid let out a bar. He jumped up high up, holy smoke. The teacher nodded, that's no joke. The teacher asked who saves us all. The bully struck a kid, did ball. The whippy kid in sudden fright cried aloud. Jesus Christ. The teacher said, that's right, my boy. You've called the savior, holy joy. But still the bully wasn't through. One more question, one more cue. The teacher asked who saves us all. The bully struck the kid, did ball. The whippy kid in sudden fright cried aloud. Jesus Christ. The teacher said, that's right, my boy. You've called the savior, holy joy. But still the bully wasn't through. One more question, one more cue. The teacher asked, what did he say to Adam on their primal day? The bully grinned, he struck once more. The whippy kid, he spun, he swore. If you stick that inside me again, I'll take it off. This is the end. The teacher paused and gave a nod. That's right, she said, by grace of God. The teacher asked who lights our way. The whippy kid made the bully sway. The bully cried, sweet Lord above. The teacher laughed, that's like my love. Bully's grip began to break. The whippy kid had won the day. The teacher grinned, now let us see what comes next in our history. The teacher asked who split the scene. Whippy kid, he wouldn't flee. Broke the bully, struck his poses. Bully screamed, holy Moses. The teacher laughed, you lost your fire. The class looked on as he perspired. Bully's reign began to shake. The whippy kid had raised the stake. The teacher asked who helps the weak. The bully flinched, he couldn't speak. The whippy kid made the bully fall. Bully cried out, help us. The teacher grinned, you are correct. Now another question will select. The whippy kid was feeling smug. He was defeating his bully thug. The teacher asked what stinks the most. The whips I found the bully clothes. The bully cried, now holy shit. A red print left from the direct hit. The teacher grinned, you've got it right. The class erupted, what a sight. The bully cringed, his face was toast. The whippy kid had won the most. Holy smoke, the truth revealed. In Sunday school, the pain concealed. The whippy kid found strength to fight. Each answer earned, the wrong made right. So the class learned on that day. The whippy kid had words to say. He stood up strong, no more to hide. In Sunday school, he found his pride. The bully silence, the only sound. Next Sunday school, he wasn't around. An empty chair where he belonged. The lesson learned, respect was strong. Though a smaller kid, he now stood tall. The class cheered for him, one and all.
there when the curtains fall. You'll face your demons when they come to call. No second chances, no time to rewind. You're out of luck and you've lost your mind. You've gone too far and there's no turning back. You cut the ties, now what's the harm in that? You played the game with your crooked smile. You've gone too far and it's been a while. The mean to tell me that I am going to hell? Yeah, I already know. Yes, I tricked an old lady in a walker. And at school, I stuffed a kid in a locker. I burned down a homeless man's box. Then I stole a blind man's socks. Definitely going to hell. I am going to hell. Yes, ma'am, I am. I kicked the dog when I got home from school. Then I threw used cat litter in the neighbor's swimming pool. I knew it was wrong, but I cheated at video games. Man, am I going down in flames? Definitely going to hell. I am going to hell. Yes, ma'am, I am. I kicked the dog when I got home from school. Then I threw used cat litter in the neighbor's swimming pool. I knew it was wrong, but I cheated at video games. Man, am I going down in flames? Definitely going to hell. I am going to hell. Yes, ma'am, I am. I told a girl at school that her dress made her look fat. Then I let my dog out to chase a cat. I found a wallet on the sidewalk that kept the cash. I threw the birthday gift my grandma gave me in the trash. Definitely going to hell. I am going to hell. Yes, ma'am, I am. I took a kid in the race so that I could win. I left a thumbtack on a girl's chair while sporting an evil grin. I gave my brother a wedgie on Monday, and I pushed a little kid down because he was in my way. Definitely going to hell. I am going to hell. Yes, ma'am, I am. You say jump, we say how high. We can fly or die or choke. We lost our pride and our right to decide long ago. Let's obey the laws, pretend we are content. You never get what you want, you only get what you get. You say stop, the bus halts to a stop. We're all tempted to crash. Let's cash in our doubts and let God sort it out.